Stabilized here, and yes, we have stability. I always have to remember to turn off the Wi-Fi. Here, Jessica Dean, how are you? Reporting from Washington. How are you doing, lovely? Nice to see you. Happy Monday. 73 degrees in the Redwood Empire today. Hello, Noreen. 3 Sheets Marie. Happy Monday to you. Hey, Thomas. How you doing? Hey, Callie Mo. How you doing? Really hit rush hour today. Ooh. Kind of like those Nissan vans, they're nice. Alright guys, I shall return in a moment. Hey Leah, how are you? When the hell that guy's carrying a hammer? Beyond me. Oh man, that guy's got a lot of confidence there in his bike not getting ripped off. How you doing, everybody? What's going on? They had that big sale on peanuts. I couldn't resist today. Go ahead, dude. This guy can't decide whether he's coming or going here. Alright, look out, Pop. I'm wheeling out of here, man. Ooh. Man, it's like Night of the Living Dead here today. Hello, everybody. Hello, Shimei. Ooh, hey, Becky. I asked Cheryl to send me her link. I didn't get it yet. But maybe I did. I don't know. She'll come in tonight. I'll have to double check it. I forgot to double back and check it. Hey, James. How you doing today? Sandy, how are you? Callie Mo, hello, Shimei. Cass, they're in here. The hell, they're taking that thing away. What the hell is that thing? If I forgot anybody, apologies. Lisa, hello to you. Scottish Dave, hello. If I forgot anybody, I apologize. Enjoy my coffee. Hi, Vicky. Not too much to talk about today, but we'll tear into it. Hey, AJ. Everybody's having a good Monday. I know a lot of people are over in peak vacation time right now. La da da boo ba doo ba doo ba doo boo 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 boo. Skaboo ba doo boo. Ooh ooh ooh. Where are you going? I'm going to get into shade and drink my coffee. My usual pattern. Enjoy my cup of fresh 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heaven for 7-Eleven coffee. Have a little bit of talk. What's up, Cindy? Hi, Sarah. How are you? Sarah Kate, how are you, sweetie? You're with my 60-year-old father. Oh, okay, honey. Well, God bless. I hope everything turns out okay. I didn't know you were married, honey. Ooh, hope everything turns out good. Up to, yeah, Tom, I went down there, I think it was Friday. There wasn't a hell of a lot going on. They had broken into the fence down there, but I didn't see any evidence of camping back there yet. It'll only be a matter of time. Nice to see you, Brenda. Hope you're doing good. Alright, go ahead, folks. That's what I need. One of those walking sticks so I can smash somebody's head in. Go ahead, dude. Cross that street. Guys, set your perfect pick there. Do 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 do. Pure luxury transportation. We have a lot of tourists in town in the summertime here because of all the wineries and wine tastings and blah, blah, blah. All the high-end muckety-mucks from the Bay Area and beyond. There's a Sprinter, Class C. It doesn't look to be in too bad a shape. It looks like about a 89, 88, 89. More weight to lose. Ooh. Nobody knew you were even being operated on, Dave. All right. All right. you go. You can see I'm a little bit more sun than I expected, but working outside today was the deal. Just wrapping up some stuff. So yeah, for those of you who have family in hospital, and God bless, and I hope things turn out well. Our thoughts and prayers. And for those of you who have upcoming surgeries and things, all the best to you. No matter what's going on. Goes to show, well, you've had so many medical incidents, Dave, we can't really even hardly keep up with them, to tell you the truth. I think you had kidney stones or some kind of stuff going on. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm trying the best I can. We listen to you. But I get things a little mucked up, man. I'm an old bat. Right? I'm an old bat, dude. I get stuff messed up. I'm lucky I can remember what I had for breakfast today. Right? I can tell you what happened in 1877 in the financial world, but I can't tell you what I had for breakfast yesterday, right? So, yeah, hi Mandy. Yeah, I always wish everybody good health. Without health, you have nothing in life. We all recognize that. Bad health can bring anybody down. Toothaches, tooth problems, dental problems, ear problems, walking problems, digestive problems, breathing problems. People are on oxygen and stuff, and it definitely affects the quality of your life. So we all think about you guys, and we count our blessings. I saw a new video, Can't See Scars. Thank you, Cass. Yeah, I put up at first YouTube didn't like my thumbnail. Then they're like, oh, okay, it's because I tagged my stuff educational, and then it went back. They put it the thumbnail back up, and it turned out good. I appreciate it. I'm just popping. I won't be here for colors. I'm getting rid of my chaos. I have to watch a bunch on the PVR. I don't want you to worry. Okay, Flan. In the 70s, kind of cooler out. You look pretty. Oh well, thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Yeah, Flan, enjoy. Being in bad health sucks. We have P2E gone through some things. He's been a working guy for well over 40 years, and it's not fun. But I have a feeling PTE better times are ahead, my friend. It's interesting that you had your diabetic situation at the same time the boss was going through his. I have kidney stones. I've been waiting for age to be operated. Now I have COVID. It's like canceled operation. Don't they give you something to pulverize them, Dave? Like a hypersonic, supersonic, dicksonic, little vibrating chooch that sends ultrasonic waves pounding up those stones or things like that? Sounds like somebody's having a birthday party over to Chevy's, eating at that shithole. They should pay me to eat over there. Yeah, I thought that they pulverized. Yeah, 5 months till Christmas. That's very exciting to me. I mean, the year gets more exciting now as we move ahead. There. Let's see, the stone is too big. It's 3.5 floating around my bladder. That's a big ass stone. 2.54 centimeters equals an inch. So we're talking about an inch and a half. I mean, what the hell, dude? What the hell are you going, a rock garden? Jesus. Inch and a half. I don't guess you're going to buff that out. Hey, Magda, how you doing? How are you doing? Some people ask me about my approach to sports betting, for whatever it's worth. I'll get into that in a little while later if people are interested in that, because I do take a rather unique approach, but we'll tear into that a little bit later. I've had some pretty decent success in life on particularly football, and particularly college football. So, how you doing, Moose Knuckle? Nice to see you. Have to blast them out, put in a stand for the crystals. Jeez. Having some cottage cheese. I like cottage cheese. So I hope everybody had a good weekend. A little bit of sun, more sun today. Working outside, breaking up, getting things cleaned up on the Rancho. Tomorrow I'm supposed to take Bobby down to get his oil changed. We'll probably run up to the casino for an hour or two and maybe have some lunch or something. I'm not sure. We'll see what the hell happens. we'll just kind of play it by ear for tomorrow. You must say you have an inner glow. Well, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I can't complain about a lot of stuff. The only thing I can complain about is I do so much up close work that I finally have to wear reading glasses. And if I don't wear reading glasses to do work on my phone or work on my, you know, my spreadsheets for sports betting and all that kind of crap, then if I get up and look away for a period of time, I'm guaranteed to get a massive ocular headache. So that's kind of a drag. But other than that, super crispy in the southeast. Most of the country has done a great job. Well, thank you, Brenda. I appreciate that, honey. You're always so supportive of me. The 1.5 centimeter stone, they used a laser on that. Ooh. Well, it wears off. You know, I'm sweating like crazy out there. I'm raking. I'm punking around the yard. But I have to say, I've never had the place in such good shape going into the fall season. Of course, fire season is coming. We have the big fire that's raging out near Yosemite. Let's pray that the firefighters get that under control. We don't have a lot of water in the west. Hey, Marquise. We're terribly short of water resources, as you guys know, and that definitely starts to impinge firefighting ability. You know, it's a mess. They have monsoons in Las Vegas, but it only rains. It rains lightly. It gets windy, scary-looking clouds, and it lightly rains for about 15 minutes, and then it's done. That's it. It dries up within about 5 minutes. Distilled apple, lemon juice, and distilled apple. Oh, thank you, Marquise. I appreciate that. How hot did it get here today? I don't even think we broke 80 degrees here today. You know, I was bouncing around outside in my bikini, so I got a lot of sunshine today. But I don't think it broke 80 degrees today. But I know Nori, and I know a lot of the country is very hot. Hello. So let's talk about things. I mean, it's pretty, let's get into, we didn't talk about economics on Friday night or the state of stuff. We talked a little bit about politics, but I gave you my theory on, what was it, Saturday night or Sunday night, about the possibility of Newsom becoming an unelected president, of the unvoted for president of the United States. We talked about that. It was kind of an up and down day for what are some of the solutions for the fresh water in the West. Move the hell out of the area. Okay, every time I have sports betting, I think of Robert De Niro character in Casino Road. You like that? Lefty Rosenthal? Robert De Niro wasn't playing a real character. He was playing a real person, Lefty Rosenthal, who was a very well-regarded sports bettor, and they tried to blow him up at 620 East Sahara Avenue at what's now the site of the Hustler Club there, by sticking a couple sticks of dynamite under his car. That was the days when the Cleveland mob was very deep in control of Las Vegas. And, you know, if they didn't like the way you were doing the job, they tried to take you out, right? And he didn't get his casino license, which he needed, you know, because of his past criminal record. And Tommy Smothers, or the other, Dick Smothers played Harry Reid, who was on the Nevada Gaming Commission at that time when they denied him his license. Hey, Goldie, speaking of gangsters, yeah, Paul Sorvino, who I thought was wonderful. He was so understated and so good in Goodfellas. He was amazing as the kingpin of the whole operation, Paulie. I just loved the way he played that part. He was outstanding in that role. But that was a real character, Lefty Rosenthal. So the mob tried to kill him, and you know, he died a pretty happy guy. He married that crazy loony Gina, or whatever the hell her name was, played by Sharon Stone in the movie. She was a real life Lulu. You want to buy my van? I could probably get as much for my van as I bought it for. But hey, Catherine, how you doing? Let's get into stuff today, because some people have said, obviously, Rosie, when you first started talking about in December, January, that storm clouds are gathering in China and other places, and the market peaked out at that particular time, and we had a pretty good decline in there. And now I think people have seen the economic side of that decline. That yes, things have slowed down a bit here. We saw evidence after the close today. Walmart is been hammered in the after hours, down almost 10% because of slowing sales, which infected Target, which infected Amazon and Nordstrom and Macy's. So definitely people are feeling the pinch of less money to spend because of inflation. And so we're finally starting to see the effects of that. Babies died in North Carolina, hot car, and in Georgia. You got idiots out there. You got selfish idiots that are all about themselves. Now we're finally seeing the effects of that. Now the next question is, having seen what the markets was telling us was coming in the economy, are we now at a point where, despite we've had a bit of a rally here off of the low, is the worst past us? Or are we getting ready for the next leg down in the economic slowdown? And that's the question now. How the markets react and how the Fed reacts this week, how the markets react to the Walmart news of today will have a big bearing on whether we're still have some more in this rally. We achieved my objective of 4,000 on the S&P. Okay, that was kind of my 3,900 to 4,100 right in there. I told you guys that was my target. Do we go down in the next leg down? Let's see how the market absorbs this Walmart news. It might do what they did on some of the lousy tech news. They might absorb it, turn around tomorrow, and move higher. That's going to be a real tell, as they say in poker here, for those of you who invest. Hey Darla, hey Ron, and for me, I think the next leg down is fairly close to getting underway, and I think it's going to be the hardest leg. It's going to be the most psychologically and financially damaging one, like a sputtering engine about to limp on down the road. It is, but it's been telling us. I mean, we've had an inversion in the yield curve when the 2-year yields more than the 10-year and the 20-year, the 30. There's something wrong. The market's telling you it's. Anytime this yield curve inverts, it's almost got a perfect record of predicting problems. It happened in August of 2019, and I did a video before the pandemic even hit, and the first news came out. The market inverted in August of 2019, and by March of 2020, the market was down 40% on that, and we were in a huge slowdown, and then the stimulus pulled us out of it. Going to a nice airport, brand new, nice. Well, when does the train go? It goes up and down towards San Francisco and points north. Okay, so I think things have been pretty much on target the way I expected them to be. The time frame is correct. Markets traditionally are at their most dramatic in fall, and that may certainly be the case in 2022 here. Might be the most dramatic filled quarter. So that's, as far as the political side goes, we've been in this lull here, because as go the markets, so goes people's feelings. If the markets aren't making news, and if people have already taken their hits on the portfolios, they've seen their 401ks, their belief in turn and go higher to a new all-time high is at an all-time high. They have been conditioned to believe that every time we go down, we go back up again. So nobody has sold anything. Nobody has moved out anything. Walmart's down less than $1. Always a firm expensive stock. Well, let me see. Let me see something here. You may be looking at wrong data there. Let's see something. Art. Let's see. Okay, it was down 19 cents in regular trading to 132.02. It's already down $13.02 in the aftermarket as of this moment in time right now, which is 10%, and it's a Dow Jones Industrial Average component, which means that the market will start on a weak footing tomorrow. So, all right, so down 10% on a multi-$100 billion company is a big hit in value, and everybody who has that in their portfolio is going to suffer the loss in capital value on that and the loss of overall market cap. We have Apple coming out. Warren Buffett has 38% of his portfolio in Apple. Is Apple going to be slowing, or are they going to be cruising ahead, right? How you doing, Tom? It's good to see. Because if they cut the pins out from under Apple, then, you know, you have another leg down. Yep, thumbs up are appreciated. 250K. My fourth is lupus and wants to quit. He's a bit afraid it will be lower now. He has about 200. Well, it'll probably be much lower in the fall than it is now, if I don't miss my guess. But that's just my guess, okay? Checking my property, went down market value. How you doing, Skunk Ape? How you doing? What do you think of the administration trying to change the definition of a recession? Joey D, it's like, yeah, I'll get to the political side of this in a minute. Nothing surprises me. You got snake oil salesmanship. You see it in the press secretary for Biden. She's a beautiful gal, but she's got to put lipstick on a pig, and you know, she's doing the dance. Okay, but what I just want to finish up with this, because we're at a really critical point here. We've closed the big gap that happened in June when we had the straight down drop in the market. Gaps like to be closed. That's been closed now. And then tonight, you absolutely, you're going to have the retail stocks taken out and shot tomorrow. There's no other way. They took out the some of the tech stocks, and now they're going to take out the retail stocks and shoot them. Okay, because people don't have the money. People don't have the money. My house value went up $70,000. My taxes went to $6,000 a year. See, that's another thing. People celebrate the house values, but with rising house values goes rising demands from your local states, your local governments, county taxing authorities, to reassess your property tax in light of your new value on the home. What that does is further impinge your purchasing power. Okay? Cat is, hey, what's up, Kitten Cat? So while you're celebrating and people were buying multi-million-dollar homes and $800,000 homes, you're looking at huge taxes, property tax bills. Right? They have all kinds of different for money printing, but it will continue because it has to. Now, that's the one advantage that we have here in California. Okay? That people curse this state, blah, blah, blah. But this state has Prop 13, which came into place with the in the 1970s. I can't remember the guy's name that campaigned for it, but it said your real estate property tax will be pegged at 1% of your purchase price. Not the current market price, the purchase price that you bought it for, and it can only go up 2% per year. Pretty damn nice. okay? But I know for the rest of the country, you got to worry about these guys coming around with the green shade and the clipboard, snicking around your property, looking around, checking comps in your neighborhood, and sending you the revised tax bill. It'll come thundering through your slot on September 30th, October 1st, okay? Therefore, further hurting people when it comes to fall and winter purchasing time, when you have to pay your first, at least in California, your first installment on your tax bill is due December 14th, and then your second one's due like April 14th or something like that, if you just choose to pay it. Folks paying, they're going to end up in the hole. They are going to end up in the hole. That's great for private. Ours is, oh yeah, so we do have that limiting factor here, Ron. But what do you figure when that tax bill hits and it has to be paid, you cut that in half. And if the average home is $400,000 or whatever today, somebody told me the average home in America is $400,000. You take, 1.5%, 2% of that, you're at $6,000 to $8,000 per year. User vote, and I only got to pay it for 1 quarter before. Well, that's nice. Okay, it stayed the same. Just got the bill. Well, you're in Canada. Okay, Canada's a whole different kettle of fish. Here, these county guys are like bloodsuckers. The treasurer of the county. They have the assessor's office. They go out there, always looking for more money. All right. That bill's got to be paid. That initial installment has to be paid over the holiday season. So, yeah, 800,000 home here plus 1.5 D transfer tax. Yeah. So, higher property taxes end up being a curse too. Higher home prices end up being a curse too. You better believe it, because you're not turning around and selling your home and taking advantage of it. You live in it like I do. It's not relevant to you, because we got to live somewhere. What percentage in property tax? 1% of my purchase price. Okay. Now, if you vote for school bonds and other library bonds, junior college bonds, yeah, you might pay another, $200, $300 a year on top of that. But that stuff at least you voted on. So that's going to be another major drag on the economy going forward. Plus, people are fighting for higher wages, and you can see the pushback. Well, unemployment has been at historic lows, Tom. But the point is, unemployment is a very lagging indicator. A more accurate one is the weekly first-time claims for unemployment, which are closing on 300,000. They bottomed out at about 190,000 per week, and we've been climbing steadily week after week till we're closing in on 300,000 initial claims for unemployment per week. Now, Shimei works with unemployment. She knows more about the ins and outs of summer things, but there's seasonal trends that are netted out on that too. So if I buy a house at $1 million, the property tax will always be, I make it $10,000 Scottish, Dave. On $1 million house, it would be $10,000 property tax. Initially. At least that's the way I make it. All right, so this stuff ends up being kind of it has a long tail on it, and people are fighting for higher wages, and corporations are pushing back. Amazon, I can tell you what, at Amazon headquarters, if I'm sitting at the director's chair and I'm at a board of directors meeting, and the management comes in and they sit around and they talk about shit, hey, how you doing, Smelly Cat? They're going to say, look, our workers are going crazy here. They're demanding more money. We're having a hard time keeping this son of a bitch together. We got truckers that won't want to deliver shit. We got the Port of Oakland that's basically shut down. The truckers can't get in and out there. The workers are pissed off. They feel like they're overworked and underpaid. Something's got to give, ladies and gentlemen of the board. we're going to have to come across for higher wages or something. So whatever's going to happen, we're not as profitable as of a company going forward, are we? Right? Love you, Smelly Cat. We're not as profitable. We've hit pre-profitability. It costs more to fly our shit. It costs more to ship the shit. It costs more to truck the shit. It costs more to package the stuff. It costs more to have employees here. They want to unionize. We got AFL-CIZs at the wazoo. Now, in the face of that, how can you think Amazon's going to be as profitable as they've been? My utilities here are negligible. I get a big bill in October, November, December, but I don't care because I have a lot of lights and I'm happy. Everything is here except wages. So the wages, the fight is on. So in the face of that, the people that work in Walmart have got to compete with the people at Amazon, have got to compete with the people at Target, to some extent Macy's. So the pressure is on. And there cranks up the bill, we only use a fan, yeah. So you can see that why profit margins are being compressed, and it doesn't take a lot of switch for Amazon to begin losing money, okay? Because they have very high fixed cost, warehousing, insurance, dedicated airplanes, dedicated truckers, and you know, the whole son of a bitch just starts to fall apart. All right. And we have lived here 8 nights. So today the wheel spun around to Walmart. Well, 10% on a very heavily capitalized company. I don't know what Walmart's capital value is, but it's 10% less at today at 5 p.m. than it was at 3:45 p.m. Okay. That's money that comes directly out of pensions and savings, okay, for people that have that stuff. Can't say you didn't see it coming, all right? The second thing is that pension funds are now as underinvested as they were since the Great Depression. And I've talked about this with, I mentioned it to Diane. There's this unswerving faith that pensions are always paid. But recently, the Pension Benefit Guarantee Board, which was set up under, I don't know, Clinton, or I don't know who in the hell it was set up under. Like Bethlehem Steel went bankrupt, so they would, all the pensioners would, the Pension Benefit Guarantee Board would pay their pension. Well, they've just been sending out letters that they have to cut their benefits in half. Okay, because the Pension Benefit Guarantee Board simply does not have the funds to continue paying out at the levels that they were. So when you get an AT&T and other companies that are saying, holy shit, people are slowing down paying their cell phone bill. I mean, we're talking about your cell phone, man. We're not talking about, you know, WWE channel that you pay $30 a month. We're not talking about Grubhub delivery. We're talking about your damn phone. People are progressively slowing down paying their bills right now. Now factor in these atrociously high prices that people couldn't wait to pay, plus markups for cars and trucks. I'd say the average person's in a pretty good pickle right now. Unbelievably, for people to not be paying and slowing down on paying their smartphone bill. So I tell Diane, changes are coming, big changes are coming. You know, I was talking about AT&T and, oh, my pension's guaranteed. Your pension's only guaranteed to the extent that AT&T is a viable company. That's the extent. There's no fairy godmother that guarantees, bing, that your pensions are guaranteed. There's no pension fairy. And then AT&T comes out and announces that people are slowing down paying their bill and that their cash flow is going to be dented. And what happens to the stock? It takes the biggest drop in 20 years. 18 something a share. This company has $168 billion in debt. Now, you may say to yourself, Rosie, I don't even know how to even think about $168 billion in long-term debt. Maybe it's $140 billion. But if I tell you, yeah, I've heard of Mint. If I tell you that the resort world in Las Vegas took $4 billion to build, well, AT&T borrowed enough money that they could build 40 of those things. That's how much debt they owe. That's a lot of borrowed money. Okay, and we know the competition is heating up, and you got the Mint Mobiles, you got the Boost. They're always out there nipping at your heels with a cheaper deal. All right, so you have all these legacy costs. You have to pay these pensioners that aren't working. And it reaches a point where there's no guarantee that they can be paid. All right, and then it gets tossed over to the pension benefit guarantee. I'm just trying to make people aware. Challenge the assumptions that you have in your brain about how you think about whether things are guaranteed or not. You have guys that have been retired at, Bethlehem Steel. They're now getting letters in the mail that their payments have been chopped in half. You can't pay people nothing, or else, as Ronan said, you just keep inflating and deficit spending. People don't renew contracts for cell phones. Well, I mean, I would say a cell phone's pretty fucking essential, pardon my language. I could do without the WWE wrestling package. I could do without the, the skin channels. I could do without the cooking shows and all that kind of HBO and Cinemax. I could do without that shit, but I need to have a phone. Right? I'm on Boost Mobile for my secondary phone, and I'm grandfathered in. Hi, Judy. I'm grandfathered in on my Verizon plan, and then Verizon got whacked. Thank you, Brenda. So Verizon now gets whacked. They're losing subscribers. They're experiencing reduced cash flow. So to make up for that, they've got to be more promotional. They've got to lower their they've got to get more people to sign up, get more people on the hook, lower the cost for people. That puts pressure on AT&T, that puts pressure on Sprint and T-Mobile, and you can see. This is what we call a deflationary spiral. I don't have the money. How you doing, Alan? I don't know how much home internet is. I don't know. It's all part of my Comcast package. I'm just trying to get people to think here that while something still has value and potentially overvalued here, you might want to think about that, lightening up on that kind of stuff, right? If you think that the world is going to get less competitive going forward, if you think companies are going to have an easier path to making money in the future, well, we have a disagreement. I think the forces of profitability have peaked. Now I think companies will start to go into survival mode and cut costs, cut people. Surely Walmart's going to be cutting people. The easiest thing to do when profits are down is to start reducing headcount. Right? It's the immediate way to lower the cost and make people happy. At least investors going forward, is you start to reduce the number of people you're paying at the company. Same thing that Facebook's doing now, and Google, and Tesla. If you think Tesla's future is going to be as bright as it was, and its expectations as high as it was for the stock, I think you're nuts. Now, Elon Musk coming out saying, we got a Tesla phone that's coming out. Well, if you're Apple, you got to be a little concerned. Maybe this guy pulls a rabbit out of his ass, and it's a freaking great, huh? I don't smoke. Self-checkout station, only one on the monitor watches over 10 stations, cutting for a while. We have to check ourselves out most of and that trend is going to continue. And that trend is going to accelerate. I also think AI is constant. I'm done with Elon. Elon is just turning out to be a nut. He was banging Sergey Brin's wife, the co-founder of Google. I mean, all kinds of crazy shit. Right? This guy will be the guy that rode in on Rose Petal, and he'll be chased out of town with pitchforks and tar torches. Right? Yeah, I don't smoke. It's not saying I won't smoke again. I reserve the right to start at any time. I'm just saying, tomorrow's a very critical day. Meaning, tomorrow's one of those rare days that the market has to tip its hand, like a poker player. You get a little bit of a tell. The market can do what it's been doing the last couple weeks. Have that really bad ass open, 400, 500, 600 points down, and then just climbs all day long. And at the end of the day, it's even or maybe even up a little bit. That would tell me I better rethink what I'm thinking here about. The worst may be, we may have absorbed the worst. Okay? Or else the hands just fall off the clock face, boing, and the whole thing just comes a cropper. I don't know. We've completed the target on this bear market rally. They usually last about 40 days. We're damn close to 40 days. So I don't know. It's going to be a very interesting time. And as a result of that, somebody was asking me, Joe, about the administration and changing the definition of a recession is, hey, man, you can screw around with the thermometer all you want. You can fiddle with the barometer all you want. You can pretend that it's this. You can screw around with the thermometer and pretend that the temperature's not that, but you're not changing the actual temperature. All right, you put a flame underneath the thermometer, drive that thing up to 180, 220 degrees, all of a sudden, we know that's not the real temperature. So it does not matter what spin that they try to put on things. Right now, the administration's enjoying this little sweet spot where the economy's not in the news. We've had gas prices kind of come down, oil prices and all that. Right, the dollar may have peaked. Things might be looking a little better in that regard. Debt is malarkey. So is inflation. Stop playing the game. Essentially, eventually, always if we play money. Debt is the real deal. Debt is not as easily discharged when you're a private company. But, Morning Dove, this will make you happy because we now live in a world where we monetize profits. We privatize profits and we socialize losses. How you doing, NH? Meaning my debt problem at AT&T is ultimately not my problem, right? Because, okay, well, you know, will you guys take the pension on, right? You know, the 180,000 retirees that are collecting the pension from AT&T. You guys, can you take that on? Right? Let's just go through a restructuring bankruptcy. We ditch the common stockholders. We discharge the debt. We start fresh. Right? Privatization of profits, socialization of laws. That's the new trend. So nobody loses anymore. Right? Everybody is a winner. So the administration can claim, you know, the press secretary, very attractive gal. She stands up there on her board. She shows the trend of gas prices have gone down over the last month or so. Well, be damn careful playing that game. Be damn careful playing that game. Because if you live by the whiteboard, you die by the whiteboard. You die by the graphics, okay? And all it takes is winter to start setting in and, you know, Russia to start choking back on the natural gas. And we're off to the races here. How you doing, Chad? Federal debt, the deficit is bull. Well, federal debt has consequences, morning dove, as we've seen. When we took when the Federal Reserve increased its balance sheet from $3 trillion to $7 trillion by monetizing debt, there's no denying that there was a profound effect on the economy. Inflation. Nobody wants to go through that. It's not something that's going to go away in a month or two. The trend is downward. You know, raw commodity prices are trending down because, well, you know, interest rates are going up. Demand for lumber's gone down. Demand for a lot of stuff is going down. But don't be fooled. Debt has a profound impact on the economy. Yeah, the unemployment just went up to 4% here in Solano County. Yeah, Joe. Now, if we tip down to the next leg down, then by Christmas, by January, then you double that unemployment rate at that particular time. Okay, and then all the demands, the pressure on wages subsides. People go from the mindset of, I can tell my boss to kiss my ass and still have a job to tomorrow. So I better kiss my boss's ass with both lips today. Then work my ass off. Yeah, I trust the numbers, of course. Why wouldn't I trust the numbers? They're printed in the federal budgets every year. The Federal Reserve discloses every month its balance sheet. Of course I trust the numbers. If you make your own iced tea with Pakistan, well, I don't know anything about that. And on the berry, it'll come due. Yeah, well, just think of this. One of the biggest funding mechanisms the United States government has is the Treasury bill. The 3, the 6 month, the 1 year, what I call the hot money. And right now, the hot money is kind of moving away from funding that. And we've already seen those interest rates drive up to 3% on that, which is 10 times what it was at the low. Do you know what effect that higher rate of interest is going to have on the money that has to be paid out to service the debt? It's going to be dramatic. God help us if interest rates normalize back at 5 or 6%, 7%, or go up to 8, 9, 10% if the dollar weakens. Hey, Hunted, how you doing? How you doing? Nice to see you, Coyotes. These are the things that we have to think about and be aware of. They still didn't talk. I think that they are, Brenda. Yeah, thank you, Ducky. I'm trying to keep it kind of on point a little bit. Wednesday, in the face of all this carnage, the Federal Reserve of the United States is going to meet, and all those Fed governors are going to sit there in a meeting. They're going to decide to raise interest rates again. Now, realistically, the Fed follows interest rates. They don't lead it. So the Treasury bill's already way up, so they're just following behind. Okay? But there's a lot of weird stuff going on right now. And they're raising interest rates is going to raise the interest rates on variable loans, home improvement loans, home equity loans, credit card rates. All that stuff is going to continue to go up. I mean, that's just a reality. Yeah, 0.75%. I don't think they have the balls to go 1%. Trying to spin a number saying how great our economy is. You know, Candy, it's, you know, I can find good and bad. I can look at current employment numbers and I can say, oh, it's great. We're pulling old people into the workforce. You know, young people don't want to work, obviously. But that in itself impinges the growth of the economy, because you can't run a business because you don't have the employees. So what the marketplace is saying is, we have too many businesses. We have too much shit. We have too many stores. We have too many service places. We have too many restaurants. Nighttime isn't that the message? Hey, Amanda, isn't that the message that's being sent? We have too much selling capacity and not enough capacity to support it. So what happens? We regret to announce, you put a sign on the door after 27 years due to labor constraints, blah, blah, blah. We regret that we have to close down our store. With a heavy heart, we say goodbye and thank all of our wonderful customers. Now, is that a good thing? Well, it's something else that helps reduce the overall economic activity, because there's one less place. Why don't trust numbers? Why would you? Because, you know, they're not making up fake numbers in federal. If the Fed wanted to fake it, they would have never announced that they expanded their, Federal Reserve would not have announced that they expanded their holdings of debt from $3 trillion to $7 trillion. What benefit would that be? At some point in time, you have to believe something. And this is a big problem with a lot of our economy, is we're just distrustful. Never in the history of this nation have people been so distrustful of what they see and hear. And yet the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Federal Reserve are some of the most trustworthy things that are published. Nobody, either side, has ever cast any aspersions or doubts on the validity and authenticity of the numbers that they report. I mean, that's just a fact. We have too much for sale and not enough capacity to absorb it. We have too many stores, too many restaurants, too many mom and pop shops, and even Amazon is feeling the heat. Hey, Sheila. Closed on Sundays. Yeah, ours doesn't open on Sundays. Yeah, most distrust is a result of the whole thing is a mess. Most distrust is a consequence of social media, where you could put loony ideas into people's heads. And for the first time in the history of this nation, we can have people that wholesale just distrust anything. You got people out there that think that we got people out there that think that the earth is flat. Right? Carolyn, we have no proof that's him. Please don't say that, okay? I don't need that name mentioned in here, all right? That person's not been a part of my chat forever. So you reach a point where, what can you believe? Is everything open to question? 20 years ago, you could have never said that the world was flat. Now you have hundreds of thousands of people that believe that's the case. I mean, what can you do with a nation that has that as in some quarters a belief? That people put microchips into vaccines and just all kinds of loony conspiracy theories. Well, because if you get a big enough platform like a Joe Rogan, you can spout whatever you want, because the only thing you really care about at the end of the day is how many views and how many subscribers you get. So the more outrageous and the more conspiratorial it is, it's like drama community on steroids. It makes good copy. It makes good, hit that share button. Right? Yeah, well, I can prove the earth is round because it gets darker in LA earlier than it gets darker here, but that doesn't cut any ice. Yeah, it's okay, Carolyn, but you just have no proof that that's that person that's coming in here and doing that. That person could care less about me or my chat now. It's not a touchy subject. It's just something that has no basis in reality. It's because of the tolerance we pounded in one definition is the ability to endure pain. It's all our fault. Well, I'm sure most of them are good people, but some people's minds are very susceptible, especially people that have been hurt. In the New World economy, I'm always having fun, Carolyn. In the New World economy, there's people that are being hurt. There's truckers that are working their asses off to stay even. There's people packaging shit at Amazon that are unhappy. People baristaing coffee. Working in restaurants that go to work pissed. Come home pissed. So they want to find something besides an honest explanation. They want to find something that's conspiratorial in nature. Because they can't ever imagine that this would happen by natural forces of an economy and government. They want to think that some people have an idea of a new world order and have enough power to get the world to accept some new currency, as if China would ever go along, or Russia would ever go along for something like that. Right? Yeah, people go postal because they get those ideas stuck in their head, and then they get angry because they truly start to believe that somebody's pulling the levers. Yeah, they can't think for themselves anymore. And they think who's ever the president is going to have a profound impact on the path and the direction that we're going. The vector that we're on, the magnitude and direction. It's not going to matter. Yeah, I got some great mods, thank you. It's not going to matter. Whether Trump comes back or not, whether DeSantis is governor, whether Newsom is governor, the forces that are enforced are so far gargantuan compared to what that they can do. All they are is truly along for the ride. They give you a feel-good factor. Half the country they make cheer, half the country they make cry. But at the end of the day, their ability to make life more prosperous here is seriously diminished because they don't have the economic resources to do that anymore. The Democrat Party going for a new world order. Ooh. I'm going to get rid of this. I don't need this bullshit. Okay, there we go. Very unhealthy society is when the middle class... Yeah, the middle... Well, there's no such thing in history, Slugbug, as a middle class anyway. The middle class is a transitory idea in history. You have people that do extremely well, and 90% of the people do just get by. It's been the order of civilizations. 10% of the people control 90% of the wealth. And the rest of the people are wage slaves. Bless you. That's not going to change, right? He's done for it. On to the next. That's right. So the middle class, we had a temporary bulge because of unlimited government spending that allowed people to not feel the pain of higher taxes. If people really had, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, if people really had to bear the cost of true governance and spending, you would have tax rates that are so high there'd be hardly any economic activity. But because we live in a democracy, you cannot be elected if you tell people you want to raise taxes. Plain and simple. You're signed a death warrant. You'll never be in office. No Democrat ever comes in and says we need to raise taxes. So we've pushed all that shit down the road. There comes a point where you can't push it anymore. And the middle class starts to disappear. Because one way or another, the free market economy always fights back at the end to neutralize government spending, to offset their deficit spending, their unlimited borrowing. They just make people poor. Hey, Danny, they just make people poor through inflation. There's no free lunch. How you doing tonight, Charles? I think the middle class is a uniquely American thing. That was a product of unlimited government spending, reduced taxation for years, that allowed unnatural forces to hold sway in the economy, which created a super large middle class with house prices that go through the roof, which supports a whole brokerage industry and real estates and title companies and mortgage originators and banks and government lending institutions and Wall Street bankers and Wall Street merchant banks. This stuff wouldn't exist if people actually had to pay the going price of what it takes. Yeah, the middle class is fast disappearing. What would you say the middle class jobs are? Middle management? Well, I can tell you, there's a lot of people at Walmart in middle management that are going to be whacked tomorrow. Right? You're going to see a press release. We're reducing headcount. So I get a little passionate about that because, hey Robert, how you doing? Good to see you. Wearing a sweater from my favorite coffee shop. Yes, mine too. I always hit the button. Thank you, Sheila. 30 trillion in debt. Our derivative responsibilities are much higher than that. Hey, Granny. So once you start tipping off to the slowing economy side, it becomes progressively harder to get out of every one of these ruts that we run into. You guys ready for the next stimulus? Working in the swamp at Sonic. Morning, Dove, I love you. We used to call it the weeds. Working in the weeds. I worked enough restaurant time to know what it's like to be in the weeds, so backed up in orders that the quality of food just collapses. It's going out the door. There's no middle class anymore. It's right. You're working for a wage. When they tell you that half the people making $250,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck, I mean, you can derive a lot of you can derive a lot of conclusions from that. Like, what are the rest of the people doing? Right? Like 100% are living paycheck to paycheck. Ain't nothing going down in price. I mean, you've had gas prices go down a bit. Agriculture, our only future. Well, we have a lot of natural resources here, but we have an overabundance of people. You know, there's too many people that probably won't make it in the new, the new economy that comes along. People want more money, and it's just all the profit margins of all the companies are going to be under attack. Truth be told, I'm living. Yeah, I think a lot of people are, Sheila. Too many taxes kills businesses, but too little taxes kills the whole country. People need to realize the cost of government. And for 50 years, people have been shielded from that. Government spending goes up, 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 up. And taxes stay about the same on people or get reduced. Nobody ever says, well, we need to raise taxes and we need to put that money strictly towards reducing the debt. That's a non-starter. Yeah, vacations are a luxury, and they tell you, yeah, they tell me when I'm taking time, they're still bothering the hell out of me. Please don't take off 5 days in a row. Well, yeah, votes will be, well, there's desperation out there, Ronan. Like I said, we're at this sweet spot right now where people's minds are at ease. People are feeling a little better now than they were in the middle of June. I get it. But meanwhile, forces continue. They keep moving ahead. I guess that RV had a tire problem there or something like that. So that's all I wanted to talk about today. I'm gonna pay real close attention to Walmart tomorrow, and Target, and Amazon, and Macy's, Gap, all these retailers, and I'm gonna see how they stand up by the end of the day tomorrow. When I was working, I always took my vacation days around the holidays. I could use less but get more. Yeah. Hey, how you doing, Crow? Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, in the United States, that the top 10%, the 10% wealthiest people do pay something like 60 or 70% of all the taxes that are collected in this nation. We have a very generous graduated federal tax system that basically, if you earn $35,000, $40,000 a year, you're not going to be paying any federal taxes. It's going to be a very light burden. Ooh, 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 ooh. It's nice to see you, Crow. Ooh, 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 ooh. So it's going to be a very important week, and then Wednesday we got the Fed meeting. So definitely rates are going to go up 0.75%. That's going to put an additional burden on people. But our 3-month T-bill rate demands it. The market's demanding a higher rate now. And, you have to also think about that we don't exist in a vacuum here. We have China and Russia, which represent a great deal of the GDP wealth and revenue flows to the world. They're working very hard and very diligently to come up with some alternative to the U.S. dollar for trade, and starting to tell other nations in Africa and lesser nations in Asia, if you want to do business with us, anymore, it's going to be in, yuan or whatever. That's going to be a big switch for people for sure. So does anybody else, all nations believe revenue flows in this world have revenue? Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, hey Slugbug, I mean, China's the one that has the money to wield the influence in places like Africa. They're building airports, they're building hospitals, they're financing all that on very generous terms. They're winning hearts and minds. How you doing tonight, Slugbug? What do you think will be the long-term effect on the labor market of all people with little or no education coming across our southern border? Joe, I think that there's going to be diminished opportunities for them. They're not going to have the skills except for the most simple labor like working in agriculture. The number of construction jobs is already declining now, and number of new homes built and apartments is already being impacted by higher interest rates. So I would think that conditions are desperate enough in those countries that people will risk their lives to do anything to try to get to what they perceived and what they're told is the promised land here. Right now they know that their compadres have been working construction jobs and other landscaping and hundreds of service jobs and being paid $18, $22 an hour. A lot of that under the table. Food pantries usage up 50%, yeah. So I think the effect on the labor market is going to continue to be companies will always seek out cheap labor, even if it means turning a blind eye. So there's always that incentive to get cheaper workers if it's going to be very routine work. We know that most of the construction companies that work in California here, the KB Homes, all the different home builders here, that they're all using, wink, wink, nod, nod subcontractors that are bringing out, cheap labor for doing roofing or drywall work and all that stuff. Let's see, let me check something. I get a final read on Walmart after the close today. Yeah, after hours, 7:59. Yeah, down $13.02. That's going to have a huge impact on many, many, many pension funds and retirement funds. Hits like that are astronomical because people hold so much of that stuff due to the capital value of it. But tomorrow's another day. We shall see. Oil stocks rally along in their earnings Friday. Oil stock earnings are going to be tremendous, but we have excess profits tax, right? Kicking in. And I'm not really convinced that the bull market in oil is over anyway. I mean, these things tend to run for a pretty long period of time. Oil stocks, yes. That's why Warren Buffett bought so much Occidental Petroleum. He's such a big believer in that. I see Chevron wants to get out of California and go to Texas. It'll always have a downward pull, Joe. The more people that are willing to work for a lower wage, you'll have desperation in places like restaurants when undocumented people come in. There's an incentive to hire them. I don't think anybody should be abused worker, but the the potential is there to have cheap labor just to take advantage of it just for survival. South American labor market, yeah, well, that's for sure, for picking stuff. Good night, Alan. Thank you. Well, thank you. So realistic and informed for common sense evaluation of all factors. I think we got to look at all factors. There's a lot of people don't want to hear it. I can always tell you the days that there's nothing dramatic going on, like we've had, the number of people that are interested in coming in the afternoon and hearing it dips dramatically. But when things make headlines, then people show up in droves to hear about what's coming. So people have a very short attention span right now because they can't perceive that it's directly impacting them. But they don't understand that it's like a whirlpool that slowly starts to pick up speed as it gets closer to draining the pool, and more people get sucked in, and more attention comes into it. Oxy is building carbon capture technology. Yeah, all that stuff I think is pretty cool. But I don't think yeah, take care, Brenda. I don't think middle class has ever been a concept in history before. I think you're either in the working class, and the number of people that go on vacations, the number of people that take off to Europe, the number of people that fill restaurants and things like that, their confidence in government, their confidence in the economy to be righted again has not been dented one bit by what's occurred since January. Not one bit. Because they've been trained over 80 years to believe that, well, it always comes back. Ooh. And then the friction builds in. Countries start to hate each other's guts. They start to look for any excuse to have a provocation and potential war. Like, why would Nancy Pelosi? She's never expressed any interest in going to Taiwan before. What would be the only thing that could have is negative consequences and unanticipated consequences, because China is one of the most unpredictable countries. And they're all good when you're not touching anything that they perceive to be theirs. They've never been a colonial power. They've never gone out and conquered countries and forced people of conversion of religion and, enslaved populations like in India and places like that. They've always minded what they believe to be theirs. But the second that you go tromping into a place like Taiwan that they believe wholeheartedly is part of China, well, the consequences of that could be great. And I don't know at the margin if it's worth it. I don't know. Like, we have poking the dragon. We have everything to lose and nothing to gain. There's not one damn thing to gain for that, except to flex a little bit. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you for always being such a wonderful supporter. Fashionable 4-inch pumps. There's just no upside to it that I can see. Hey, Jen. Because now China's wounded.
Brenda Stewart 14 tipped $2 through Super Chat. Tips are always welcomed. Smiley face.
Yes, they are, and they're also very appreciated too. They go into the travel fund. Now, I've documented on my TikTok channel that the troubles in China are getting severe. Right? They have so many people. They have a graduating from college, 16 million people, 16 million kids that can't find jobs, 16 million kids that are becoming disenchanted with the system. That's 16 million loose cannons on deck. The same thing we have here. When we start to have Occupy Wall Street again, and we start to have Antifa, and the young people, the Gen Zs and the millennials are out there on the streets because they got screwed. by the boomers and life. Those people feel the same. They feel the same exact way as in China about what's going on. They're disenchanted with the system. You've had China had to deploy fucking tanks in the street, TANKS, tanks, to get between people and banks, because people are so desperate to get their money out that they're afraid, the government's afraid that people are going to riot, so they put tanks in the street. You think that they got a firm handle on what's going on with the economy? No. They're flying by the seat of their pants just like we are. I got real estate builders that have disappeared. They got high-profile entrepreneurs that have disappeared from sight. You've basically shut down the whole entertainment side of China, the whole becoming westernized, because the leadership of China can easily see those corrupting influences from the West. They've helped bring us to the point where we are today. The crappy Hollywood mentality, the gender rights bullshit, all that stuff has infected Chinese society. Well, we're going to cleanse it. We're going to cleanse it. Working like crazy. I missed y'all. Yeah, Jen, I don't know. I know it's hard. Yeah, you deserve your own tank, Morning Dove. But I'm saying it's you're not going to see that. I read the People's Daily every day. Okay, that's the official mouthpiece of the national newspaper. And I also read the South China Morning Post. And, you know, you're never going to hear in the regular, China's never going to admit that they have problems. They're going to blame it on the U.S. Hop on the train. So now, in the face of all this instability, we're going to send a Speaker of the House to Taiwan. She's not a diplomat. She holds no foreign service portfolio or power. The President of the United States has the ability to negotiate treaties with the consent of the Senate. She has no part on that. But she's going to now inject herself into the process like she's part of the executive branch of the government. And I know damn well that Biden's telling her, I know that he's talking. Maybe he's babbling, I don't know. But I'm sure somebody in the State Department saying, really bad idea. Bad idea. You know, Kamala Harris would have more right as an executive member of the executive branch of the government to go there than Nancy Pelosi would. But even she has sense enough to understand that you don't do it. It's not her place. I mean, that's the last thing we need is some conflict with China, and then China and Russia join together, and we are... There's no way we can take that on. No way. He wants to do that, or was someone mistaken? I hope so, Amanda. You know? I mean, even if it was a mistake, she can't immediately back out, or it would look like we're weakening to the Chinese. So it's a very sticky situation. It has to be, you know, you can't just say, okay, I'm not going to Taiwan, because the news already leaked out that a potential trip is coming. I'm not sure whether it's a setup or not. I'm not sure, Amanda. It's a good point. But my point is, having already been out there with that idea and the Chinese reacting very negatively and very forcefully, that there will be severe consequences as that happens. Well, now it's a face-saving thing, right? Even if it wasn't intended, the message is kind of already out there. So how do you back away from that and save face? It's just like it's just not our thing. It's like if China was cozying up to Cuba or something like that. He has a hankering for some real Taiwanese food. I don't know. Taiwanese people are nice people. I've been to Taichung and Kaohsiung and Taipei, but it ain't no Disneyland. People are nice, but you think those people want all of this potential conflict? So I'll see how she extricates herself from this situation, because sure as hell she hasn't denied it. I lived in China and Hong Kong for 5 years, Crow, working for the Royal Bank of Canada. I speak Chinese. That's where I spent a ton of my time opening up China for the Royal Bank of Canada, currency trading desk, private banking, commercial banking, LLC, limited lines of credit, all kinds of trade, financing, and all that stuff. No, I haven't been able to get to Hong Kong yet because they keep changing the requirements for coming in, and they've had another outbreak of COVID. Love when you speak Chinese. But who knows? Tomorrow could turn out good. We'll just have to wait and see. No, I'm not cussing anybody out in Mandarin. Not gonna do that. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. I've noticed the last couple days it looks like Bitcoin is under pressure again. I'll talk a little bit about Bitcoin here. Ronan sent me a lot of information about Bitcoin, and I have to say, I don't know if Ronan ever heard my scenario of what's the difference between Bitcoin with 71 million potential units of Bitcoin and a 1909 SVDP penny with an absolute top mintage of 500,000. In other words, 140 times greater the amount of Bitcoin than there is of this one key coin in the United States coin collection. If I could get enough publicity and go on Reddit and get young people to start becoming interested in the coin market and use the publicity and power of the internet, I could start having people bull up that 1909 SVDB coin, of which there's probably only a couple thousand in very high condition. I could send that thing up from its current price of maybe $4,000 or $5,000 in top condition up to 100,000, 200,000. So again, I ask people, what's the difference? One is arguably a lot more scarce than the other one. And then when Elon Musk comes out and tells you that Tesla sold 75% of their Bitcoin holdings, and you have people like Do Kwon that ran away, deleted their social media, one of the big founders, Three Arrows Capital gone bankrupt, all these things, how does that inspire confidence in the item that is under consideration? And we've seen the consequence of Elon Musk pulling out of Bitcoin really affected the psychology of people holding that. That thing was almost at $24,000 per Bitcoin. It's a little over 21,000 now. Let me see what the price is. Let's see, Bitcoin here. Yeah, it's just over $21,000. So that shaved about 3,000. That shaved about 15% off the price right there. If we have another leg down in equity markets, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the S&P 500, I can guarantee you, and I'll lay a bet with anybody out there, that Bitcoin will track down perfectly with that. In other words, if the market drops 30%, then Bitcoin will drop 30% from here. Bitcoin is just an idea of a limited edition. It's like a Franklin Mint collector plate, right? It's only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it, and nothing more. And you've seen that the institutions have backed away from it because of the volatility. Banks don't want to lend against it. And worst of all, countries have decided to create their own electronic currency. I could be wrong, but the trend says I'm right. So I want people to be aware, because somebody asked me today, I haven't talked about Bitcoin in a month or so because it's just been consolidating. And, I say that with respect because a lot of people in here, not a lot of people, but a few people are very deeply involved in Bitcoin. Tied to energy and security. Well, so they say. But a lot of places, Ronan, have decided that Bitcoin is a negative for energy. Places like Texas had to ask them to shut down their mining operations. Best description of Bitcoin I've heard yet, Rosie. Thank you. Yeah, I've told people, tell me the difference between a coin that has 140 times the scarcity of a Bitcoin. Suppose people's attention turned to start bulling up the rare coin market and start deciding this 1909 SVDB is in such short supply. That what a great investment this is. Man, this thing is 140 times more scarce than Bitcoin. Wow. Yeah, lots of fakes out there, but you want to buy graded ones by PCGS, okay? I would never put my money into a place like eBay or something like that, okay? You buy a coin at that level, you want to buy it through an auction house. Yes, we'll never go, just my money time. Well, thank you, Francis. There'll only ever be 71 million Bitcoin, using a lot of unused, storing it, and they shut down in Texas when needed. Yes, but I'm just saying, when the mining is over, the Bitcoin is then limited to 71 million. But Bitcoin, just like stocks, just like real estate, it's subject to the free cash that's in the economy. And if people's purchasing power starts to be restricted, their ability to buy Bitcoin starts to be restricted. Overall, economic contraction is a negative for any asset. Because more people need to liquidate it to survive than buy it because they think it's a good investment. So yeah, 21 million, and we've got 500,000 of the 1909 SVD, of which only 10% even survived today. So there's probably really only, 50,000 of them out there. All the reasons I gave her not to convince me to get rid of mine. Yeah. What will be the bottom? It remains to be seen. Ronan could be right on. I've given him ample respect of his opinions. because they're thought out. He's deeply involved in the research and all that. If you think of Bitcoin as software, software is not worthless. Software is only as good as it can be useful. PCGS or NGC. And at the end of the day, Bitcoin's only worth what someone's willing to pay for it. Would you say that El Salvador made a good decision to put their very meager resources into Bitcoin at 38,000? Or did MTSR Corporation using its free cash to buy Bitcoin was a good idea? Yeah, it's good to chat about it. It's good to have. That's what makes a market. There's two sides to it. And Ronan sent me a whole load of information over, which I appreciated. He took the time to really educate me, and I appreciated that. But I guess I just kind of look at things as either as like an auction market. I think that that's the way that I look at things. You know, it's somebody's willing to pay for it. Well, they may not survive the long run, Ronan, because they may actually need to liquidate Bitcoin to survive as a nation coming up. You know, that's the part that, you know, they may have to liquidate at prices that are very unfavorable to them because they don't have a choice. They can't borrow and inflate like we can, or their currency goes right down the crapper. So they're subject to the same limitations as anybody else. And there's a lot of people that want to have that president's ass in a sling in El Salvador and say, I can't believe that you would put our money into that. So they might end up taking that guy and riding him out of town on a rail. I just know when times get tough, people liquidate whatever they can get their hands on in terms of what's the most liquid to the least liquid. Which means the first thing to go are freely traded items. Commodities, equities, other things that have a good exchange and you can dump a lot of them off. Then comes the stuff that's less liquid, inventory, and you start to get the real estate, and it starts to get very sticky. But we'll see. I mean, we'll know in the fullness of time. Boy, a lot of people are on vacation or away right now. Well, all we can say right now, Ron, is the trend has been devastating to buy and hold it. So they can hope. They may be right or they may be wrong. All we can do is wait. But so far, it's not looking like a great decision because it's basically been cut in half. I happen to think countries like China and Korea, they were smart to just say no to Bitcoin right off the bat. And then begin to develop their own electronic units of exchange. That's going to be competing pressure against Bitcoin. Competition always lowers prices. And then the regulators come in. This guy from the SEC, Gary Gensler, he can't wait to get his chops on Bitcoin. And then you have ownership disclosure and blah, blah, blah. And taxes. What's helping Venezuela is high energy prices right now. Let's see if I can even get in my driveway. Oh, God, these people are unbelievable. He can't touch it, that's the beauty, but he can ban it, he can limit, he can tell banks you can't convert. It becomes a non-fungible asset. That's the big risk of that. At one stroke of a pen, he can require that no bank deal with it, all ATMs shut down that were converting it. That's the power of the Fed and the Treasury. And then all of a sudden there's no ATMs, no place to get your conversion. I've seen them do that crap before. I saw them crush the silver market in 1980. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Doo-doo. You better believe they like to have their fingers in every pie. Yeah, they may not be allowed to use it. That's my point. It only becomes useful when it's accepted in transaction. If the Federal Reserve says effective October 1st, no Bitcoin transactions by banks or institutions, boom. I'm not saying that's going to happen. What's up, Blackbird?
Hey, Rosie.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Ooh. Fiat's a dirty word, but it's all we have. It's the game. Let's see, am I charging? No, I'm at 29%. Man, this thing sucks. There we go. Be back in a minute, guys. I'm getting things all set up. Nice tomatoes for dinner. Alright, let me get this plugged in. Let me throw this trash away. Forgot to put this trash bag out today. This one dick that must have got a new car. All he does is go up and down the damn road. Whew. Da-da-da-do. The days are getting shorter, my friends. Alright, let's get this baby plugged in. After tomorrow, I shall become rich. Be a richie, rich, rich, rich. Oh. Oh, okay, let me see. I got something from Cheryl here. Let me go. Hold on a minute, guys. I got to try. I think I'm going to get Cheryl back in when. Let me see here. I got to get this gal back in. I wish she would show up real quick. Yeah, I like long summer nights too, but you know what, Shannon, it ain't gonna happen. We lost a full half hour in July. Let's see, Cheryl S. I need to copy this sucker. Before she cuts my sack off, let me get this thing set up. My channel sucks, Pink Lover. Why would that be odd? It's a thinking person's channel. My channel sucks. Let's see. Community. Here we go. Put this over here. Let's see. How in the hell did it get bounced out? Paste. Let's see if we can back this up. Let's see what we can do here. Backspace on that. Let's see if that works. Oh, there it is. Yay. Save that. Okay. Cheryl S. is back in the saddle again. All right. Close out something. I don't need 5,000 windows open. Yay! Cheryl S. is back in the saddle again. Alright, let's get this. I think Pink must have not liked my bikini talk video today. Sorry, Pink. Alright, here we are. Finally. Alright, we got Cheryl taken care of. Yeah, she passed the test. She said she's going to kick my ass if I don't give her a wrench back, so. Oh, shit. Oh. I'm going to kick your ass if you don't bring that thing back. Oh, we love our Cheryl. Oh, yes, we do. He said, I'm going to fly down there and personally kick your ass. Ooh, she might do it too. All right. Finally, okay, let's get those thumbs up. You prefer vice grips? All right, have a beer. It is summertime. My unofficial vacation. It is almost beer o'clock, yes. Okay, with many tempting parking spots. Well, Scottish, it's up to the discretion of the individual moderator. I don't ever second guess what people do, so we all just support each other's decision making. Oh, shit. Almost knocked over. Hey, is June in here? So we've got Cheryl's wrench back. I'm sure she's going to give me all kinds of help. I don't know how much the van. Cheers, morning. I'm not sure how much the van would go for. It's a damn good question. Speak softly but carry a big wrench. I'm sure I might try to ride tomorrow. Oh, I could be much more than 5,000. Let's hit that thumbs up. You have to go to the Kelly Blue Book. Hey Renee, how are you? I need a dose of wine. It is a Ram ProMaster City 2016. Hi Nino. I had this other steak from the other night I'm going to cook up. It was a 2-pack. And I might have another surprise. Hey Angie, how you doing tonight? I have a bit of a surprise. Maybe. Stand here. Trying to close that. I got 10,000 windows open. Hey Sassy. Yeah, I think the surgery turned out good. I think it would definitely sell more than I paid for it. In this market. Yeah, the results were nothing short of amazing, Sassy. I'll tell you, I couldn't believe it. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you. Tree pruning, front yard. I'll show you guys what I did down here. Put that around. I don't know if I showed you last night or not. Tomatoes are doing wonderfully. My tools still. I got this all cut back here. All the way down the side there. Opened it up. You can see I got a well leak here. Unfortunately. Probably have to dig this up tomorrow. That's not going to get better with age. Oh, thank you, Ducky. Turned out pretty good. Plus my side's getting better and better. Yeah, it was a lot of work. But I'm happy. It's only this thing I hate. Do 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 do. So I think we got a little bit of a project tomorrow. Yeah, the Lady Banks roses. They just fill in more and more and more on the hedge and give more privacy. It's wonderful. I'd say the watering system has been doing very well. The new bush is adapting well and putting out some new growth here. Camellia, the Christmas lantern camellia. There's Blackbird. Bird is the word. There he is. It's always a lot of work here, though. Yeah, it's not that big of a tree, but it's a tree. Yeah, the watering system paid off. I don't have to worry about anything. Let's see if I can find a picture of this Camilla. Thank you, Sassy. Yeah, I'll have to dig it tomorrow and fix it, Dave. Let's see, Christmas lantern camellia. Yeah, I don't know what the hell it is. Oh, here it is. That's what it's going to look like there. It almost looks like a poinsettia. It's got nice fiery red and all that. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. It's gonna grow nice and tall, and it's gonna add some more beauty here. It's called a Christmas camellia. I like the scarlet red with the yellow. Really nice. The NFL has a new streaming service, $4.99 a month. That ain't bad. How do I fix it? You have to look at my videos. Thank you, Jerry. Diane gave me this. Boy George. Yeah, Boy George. Yeah, it should be a nice flower. Should be pretty good. I've repaired leaks so many times here I could do it blindfolded. Dave, I have tons of repair videos on there. All right. Oh, ooh. Do 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 do. Now let's get cranking. Tonight's surprise. Let's put a few things away. Do 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 do. do 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 do. La da do do do. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Ooh. Put a new trash bag in. Ooh. I'm not happy about these shitty bags I got. Do 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 do. We're going to need to pour some more flour in here. I'm going to need to kind of clean all this up a little bit. Let's see, we got our, that's ready to go. Let's see if we can clear a little bit of deadfall off of here. Do. Okay. Do. Gold medal since 1880. I love these Rubbermaid containers. These things are wonderful. Do. Keep things so airtight and so nice. Okay, let's go ahead and first we got to get this all sanitized here so that we can make something. For those of you who have not seen me make a pie before, let's clear the decks a little bit. We're going to need that. Let's get some stuff out of here. I need to have a clean work surface. Too much shite up here. Let's make sure we're charging here. Yeah, we're at 33%. I wish this thing was just always kicked on. Go. Cooking the yard work to electronics. That's because I'm old. I changed the title to reflect that we're making an apple pie. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I picked some luscious apples yesterday. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know if it's a get. It's just a lot of just doing. You know, nobody ever told me I couldn't do something, so I just, you know, Diane will be there telling you, I can't do this, I can't do that, because you've never done it before. So people use that as an excuse not to learn anything. Well, I can't cook because my mother cooked or we ate out all the time. Well, you know, that's cool. Nothing wrong with that. But you're not going to learn things in life. Right? And I like to learn things. I like to do things. I like to learn new skills. So we're going to clean and sterilize that counter a bit here. Oh, these things turned out beautifully. Peaches, baby. Our first peach canning was a tremendous success. Get a little soap on here. Clean this up a little bit. We got a good Martha Stewart working surface here. Good rinse off. We should be okay. See how fast we can knock a pie off. Dry that. We're all ready to go. Okay. Yeah, nothing irritates me more in life than people tell me I can't. Just don't try it. Okay. To me, it's just another way of saying lazy. 1. We're going to use about 1 3/4. Take that up a little bit more. I've been a little thin on that. So we're going to set that aside. About 1 3/4 cups. We're going to put a little shake of salt in there because salt adds structure. We're going to get our institutional size Crisco out. You guys have seen I hardly ever fool with butter. Let's whisk that. We're going to put some sugar in there to sweeten up that crust a little bit too. Hey P. Carver, how are you? I'm making an apple pie tonight. You'll see I don't really use measuring spoons and all that. Oh, we'll make the crust and then we'll work the apples. Let's whisk this all together now. Combine your ingredients well. How's everybody doing tonight? We're going to make the pie crust because we need this to cool down a little bit to be workable. Again, I'm not going to measure the shortening. I just put what looks like an appropriate amount on there, just using years of judgment. Probably half a cup of shortening in there. That's the beautiful thing about baking. You do it hundreds of times and it just becomes totally and completely routine. Alright, now we're going to get our pastry cutter, which is this doodad, which is amazing. Yeah, shortening has half the cholesterol of butter, but the butter and dairy industry did a hell of a job sabotaging the shortening industry. We're going to work that in. If it sticks, just push it on through. This works so well. You can cut into butter too. You got that. Some people will use a half and half. I've just found that the shortening makes the crispiest and flakiest crust. And that should just come right through. That's it. It could be easier than that. That's the way she looks. Right there. Put a little well in the middle of it. You don't really have to worry about icy water when you do this like you do with butter. You got to keep butter like super cold. And I'm just pulling from the outside to the inside. I put a couple tablespoons of H2O in there. I'll put some more in the middle. A little bit more. Work it around. Just like Grandma used to do. We get a nice even dispersion of moisture in it. Really good. One more little shot, just for good measure. That should be it. This should be very workable. It should almost stick together all on its own now. Right down she goes. See, I worked that into a little pile. Right there. I'm just using the heel of my hand to work that. You don't want to overwork it because it gets a little too tough, the crust, if you overwork it. Picking up, make sure you get all that goodness there. All right, there we go. Look at how nice that looks there. That's the way she goes. Yeah, Loretta Lynn. Okay, we're going to refrigerate the whole disc and later we'll cut it in half. 82, baby! It's been a hot tamale, huh? There we go. I'm going to pop this into the freezer to get cool real fast. Cheryl usually doesn't show up till about 8 o'clock. I'm going to stop and wash this real quick. So I can use this for the apples. And I did pick some nice apples. That be ready to go. That be ready to go. Okay. Go. All looking good. Now, let's get some water in here. And I'm going to put some citric acid here. Better than using lemon juice. And I'm going to use about a teaspoon of that. And that keeps the apples from browning. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and peel these babies. Stir that citric acid in good. You can get that in beverage stores and distilling and beer making stores. Let's go pick some nice apples here. Let me get a pot to bring them in. I got some nice big boys here. Look at how big these babies are this year. They are really, really... No, it's not butter Crisco. It's regular vegetable Crisco. Look at the size of this baby. Woo! Very good year for apples. Not too many worms. Because I don't spray the trees or use anything. Keep things very organic. That. Ooh. Very organic. All right, let me get the peeler. Peel that, and then we'll immediately get this under into there so it doesn't discolor. Fresh apples want to discolor very quickly. Any imperfections, I just move them out, cut them out. Okay, there's number one. Get yourself a good peeler. Ain't nobody want to eat an apple skin. Although some people fry apple skin. There's number two. And that citric acid keeps them from yellowing. Blueberry, yes. Look at the size of this baby. Woo! Nice Gravenstein local apple here. You don't see it in the rest of the country because it never shipped well. It's processed into applesauce and juice. What few orchards are still left here. Most everybody converted to grapes because it was wine grapes were much more valuable. But this used to be huge apple country here. All right, there's that big boy. Woo! Size of that mofo. I like a good apple pie. Any little imperfections and stuff, I'm just cutting off here. Handling these very quickly because this is really the most time-consuming part of the process. You can pre-cook your apples sometimes with the pie. A lot of times the apples will shrink down underneath of the top, and then they'll have a big space between the top and the apples. So some people will pre-cook and then fill the crust. I don't care if I have a space between them. Doesn't really bother me. So I think about 6. These are really good size apples here. Okay. We should really fill the bill here. That was a hell of a bruise on that one. Yeah, these Gravensteins never shipped well, so they were all processed into apple juice and applesauce, apple filling here in Sonoma County. Okay, there we go. We got one more, and I think we should be good to go. Doesn't take long. I find it quite relaxing and very, very relaxing to bake. Also, if you go to buy a real good pie these days, you're going to pay $10, $15, $20 for that pie. Crappy ones you can get. Mass-produced crap, but real good homemade style ones. Right, there we go. So all of our apples are done. Let's get rid of this umgawa here. Hey Timothy, hi Miss Lulu, how are you? Hi Leah. Let's go ahead and put this. We're going to bake it 550 degrees. Forget everything you ever heard about bake at 350, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. I'm a high temperature baker, baby. Clean as you go. That on the side. How's everybody doing tonight? Yeah, Bake Sale Betty. Yeah, they're not, they're expensive. Hey Gemini, how are you? Let's get a plate for cutting. Get my favorite size knife if I can find it. Where's the little dink? I love my little dink. There it is. My little dink. forget the core. Chop these up. Back into there goes. And I'm just chopping these into like 1-inch chunks here. You look at how many preservatives they use in a lot of these commercial pies now. It's really frightening. And I'm just pushing it under the water there. Apple is very, 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 very crisp. It is. Indeed, it is crisp apple. Fresh, 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 fresh. Picked it yesterday morning. Let's see, I chopped that one a little too close. Pull that. I don't want anybody to have a tough bite here. Do, 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 do. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Here's the big boy. Oh, the big boy. Ooh. That is the big boy. Oh, that was a big ass apple. I think I got 2 more to go here. I cut that one a little too much to the core. Get that out of there. Yes, I've always found baking to be very relaxing. Cut it a little too close to some of the seed chamber, just cut it out there. And these are like in 1-inch chunks here. And we got one more. People like to see me roll out the dough because I roll it up on the rolling pin and then unroll it over the pie shell. Oh, that's the way, I like it, that's the way, Ooh. Now these haven't yellowed at all because I'm using the citric acid. You know what, I think I want a mile high pie. Yeah, I scare myself too. So I'm going to put a couple more in there. Let's have a nice big ass pie. Let's pop 2 more in for good measure. Somebody wrote me a comment the other day. You don't have an electric can opener? No, I don't. God gave me two hands, right? If you have arthritis or trying to open it, I get it. It's convenient. It's nice. I have a little tinge of arthritis, but not too bad. Ooh. I try to keep the number of gadgets down. Keep a minimal lifestyle. See, sometimes I cut it a little too close to the bone there, and I'll just take the knife and run that circular through there just to get rid of that. The reason I use a small knife, it's very easy for me to control. I can't use a big chef knife. That thing's whipping all over the place. This is perfect size for me. And I don't give a damn what Gordon Ramsay says. He can kiss my lily white ass. All right, here we go. Can't stand that. I'm glad he lost. He's starting to lose his Michelin stars. Somebody did a review of his, he said his macaroni and cheese was ungodly bad at the Hell's Kitchen. And I think the burger was all dry. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hey, all the hard work is done. I can't believe the second one though. I was so dumb I left the skin on. That was stupid. But I think that'll be enough apple there. Okay, now we can sit this aside. Let's drain this out. Let's get our colander. Drain. That drain real well. We're going to get a cup of sugar. Some people like to put, I'm about 3/4, I go a little lighter on sugar. Some people like to put nutmeg in. Some people like to put ginger in. I like to add a little bit of brown sugar. Just to brighten it up. Stir that around good. We're about ready to roll that in a pie. Stir that good. I'm also going to get some cornstarch here. You can use flour. I like cornstarch. For this I will use a measuring spoon. And I will put 2.5 tablespoons of cornstarch in there. That's going to be our thickening agent. Don't forget it. You go to cut your pie, it'll be a loose mess. Work that filling all around. Get a good even distribution. Okay. Just like so. She's looking good. We're going to set this aside. And it's time to get rolling. Okay, everybody ready to rock and roll? Rock and roll. We're going to get our pan out. Standard, what is this? 9-inch. Ooh, yeah, it's also good for that too. 9-inch pie plates. Let me get the spray this. Very important to spray that. Let's get our rolling pin out. Flour that a little bit. Oh, that's the way, I like. Our dough is nice and cooled down. We're going to get our bench scraper. I highly recommend, if you're a baker, that you use one of these from the bakery supply store. Okay. We're going to save enough for the top here. Probably a little bit more than that. For this, we're going to roll out the bottom here. Shake that into a good disc. Put flour on that. As usual, I'm pressed for room here. Put this here, this over here. Give me a little more elbow room. Make sure you roll it all the way to the edge, okay? Turn it 90 degrees. Reflour it if you have to. Underneath. The rolling pin of love. Doesn't have to be perfect. I just put this on for test purposes. That's fine. Right there. Go ahead and put a little flour on top and then attempt to roll this baby up. Flour as we go here, there, and on there. And we just roll that out just like so. Don't let it be under a lot of tension, or else you'll have a hole in the bottom. All right, just like so. How bloody easy is that? Huh? How easy is that? Any super excess, you can just trim it off. Sit it on the side. You might have to patch a hole. Something in the bottom. That looks pretty doggone good right there. That's what we want. Alright. We're going to dock the bottom of it, which means we're going to put some small perforations in the bottom. Alright. Now we're ready to stir up our filling again. Give it a good stir, and into the shell she goes. Okay, put that all over. Spread that really well. This is a mile-high apple pie. This will shrink down a lot. We can kind of sit that on the side a little bit. Now we're ready to roll out our top here. Turn that 90 degrees, make sure you generously flour underneath of that. We're going to take this off of the heat. We don't want any heat to hit that. Okay. Makes it very hard to roll it out because I have very limited space here. That's not going to work at all. Put that over there. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Try to get that up on top of the roller. It's always the tricky part. You might have a few holes in things, but don't worry about it. You use your excess to kind of patch it up. Kind of move that top around like that. And there, I've got one hole up there. Patch up and one on the side. That's a really tall one. And now I'm going to take the bottom piece and turn it up onto the top here. Gradually turning that and squeezing that top and bottom together, just like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. That's the way we do it. Just like so. We're going to make that pretty a little bit. Now, I'm going to work the edge here. This is a very tall pie. This will shrink down a lot as the apples shrink. Okay. It's very, very tall pie, but we're making it pretty at the edges. Okay, just like so. She's a big boy. Alright, Okay, we're going to get our egg out. One beaten egg. We're going to do a little brush on the egg wash here. Let's get our bowl. Gordon Ramsay, you can kiss me arse. All right, let's get our, put a little bit of water in, tiny little bit. Whip this real good. Take our pastry brush. We're going to brush this. Get the lower part first. This will help seal it. You're always going to have a little bit of where it leaks out a little bit. You don't really get a perfect seal, but that's good. We're going to hit the top of that. Brush that. We're not done yet. Now we're going to hit our sugar one more time here. Let's see, we got more here. Need a little bit more. It's almost barbaric how they've never changed the way that they've sold sugar all these years, except just reduce the size of it. There we go. We're going to give this a good shake right on the top. A good heavy dusting of that. That's going to crystallize on top there. And that's going to be wonderful. So in she goes. If you don't have a baking stone, put it on the bottom of your oven on some foil for 15 minutes. There she goes. You've got to make sure that you do that. So let's see.
Ooh. 8:37 p.m. Set.
Okay, and there we go. Okay, what's up, Cheryl? How you doing? Ooh. She's back in the saddle again, baby. The one and only. The Queen of Canada has arrived. What's up? Hey, PC, how you doing? 15 minutes towards the end, we'll give it another brush with the with this. Okay, that thing had enough holes in the top. We didn't have to worry about venting it. Clean up a bit. I always like to clean as I go. Your pie knocked out in no time at all. people's problem is the bottom of the pie never gets done. You can't put it on a rack. You got to put it on a stone or on the bottom of your oven. Oh, Rosie, I never put anything on the bottom of my oven. Well, that's the way you fix it. Get used to it. Lower the oven. Rose Levy, beer and bum, eat your heart out. Eat your heart out, baby. Oh, that's the way I like it. Now we're all like cleaned up already. How cool is that? Miss Lulu says, Rosie, that is amazing, my girl. That is amazing. Ooh, ooh, yep, thumbs up appreciating. We're in high gear tonight. Rancho Kitchen Stadium rides again. From Santa Rosa, high in the Mountain West. The Rosie O'Kelly channel presents Rancho Baking. I like to have stuff nice and cleaned up when I'm done. Ooh, right, Cheryl S? Right, Rosie, whatever you say. Right, Chumley. Yeah, Miss Lulu. Like, Rosie, you're not. Oh, that's the way. Don't forget, get yourself one of these bench scrapers. These things are amazing. It's called Teaching Cheryl S. How to Bake 101. Alright, everything is in super duper shape. Let's take a whiz and then it's time to enjoy another beer. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. You got to accentuate the positives. Do 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 do. La do 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 do. Choo 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 choo. Nice and cool outside. What the hell happened there? Plus. One more. There we go. One more. Okay, there we go. Thumbs up or appreciate, guys. If you haven't hit the thumbs up for knocking it out. I didn't even make Cheryl S do a knowledge test. Right? I was going to say, who's my least favorite chef on planet Earth? What's my least favorite restaurant on planet Earth? Oh. We knocked that baby out fast. Huh? What the hell's going on? Come on, man. Let's go. Be back. Have to take the pup for a chooch. Still talking about Cat Whiz. What the hell is that all about? There we go. I think we're all caught up. I got a lot of sun today working out there. Cheers, everybody. Ah, delicious. Delicious. Ooh, 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 ooh. Give a little bit of wang to it. I don't really feel like a steak tonight. Bird's already sleeping. Bird is already down. That's some tomatoes. You like to put that butter in? That's cool. Oh, thank you, Angus. Yeah, well, the proof of the pudding is in. That's a very high pie. That's a mile-high apple pie. Right there. But it should be okay. You always have to wait till it's bubbling up through the top, and that's when it reaches the set point. That's what you do. A lot of people like butter. I'll use butter if I have like a vine fruit like raspberries or blackberries, things like that. Enjoying my tomatoes. Is there anything in the world like a homegrown tomato? Hey June, how you doing, honey? No worries. That just tells me you got a life. Delicious. Well, the pie is a great way to use up the fruit here, and believe it or not, it's not a lot of calories relative to, say, cream, like a coconut cream or something like that, or a cheesecake. That whole 3/4 of a cup of sugar just gets distributed across the whole pie. So it's not bad. don't know who this guy's talking about. Somebody named Chet. Another guy hit the wrong chat here. Sorry, my man, you're in the wrong chat. Nobody has any concept what you're even talking about. How's that? Another whore for another channel, I guess. Let's expand that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh man, I was able to take the bandage off today. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have a carrot to chew on. That's really gonna make Jen crazy if I chomp on a carrot. That's really gonna make her crazy. Well, that reminds me, at 3 o'clock in the morning, my smoke alarm battery thing went off. Beep. Using an oven is easy. Most people are very challenged by making the pie crust. That's where the real difficulty comes in. But it's not even that hard. Help improve your eyesight. Man, look at how dark I got. Elmer! Nah. What's up, Doc? Start with an easy bake oven. Hey, Vanilla Rain, how you doing? What's up, Judith? Discontent vibes. I like the way Judith always comes around at the end of the month, getting close in anticipation. Pie making is easy. I would use a full 2 cups of flour. I could have used a little more on the top. Pie buying is easier, but it doesn't have the satisfaction of homemade. I have made them before, Callie Mo. Yeah, I use Grabenstein apples from the tree. Hey, Chevy guy, long time no see. How you been? Good to see you. You can make a brown sugar carrot pie. It depends. You can get a store-bought. If a bought pie comes from a bakery, that's good. I don't mean a grocery store bakery, but a bakery. Then they're not using preservatives, but you're going to pay a lot for it. I grow my own apples here, so why not use it? Just like all the. I used so much of the harvest this year. Oh, your tree didn't make it. This one's got to be at least 60 years old. It had really good apples this year. Some years aren't so good. This was a good year. It's crazy how whenever the Prime Minister comes out in public now, people are calling him names and stuff. That's pretty weird. That's why, Nino, I trimmed the plum and the peach tree so close to, because I knew it would be an alternate bearing year next year. I mean, I didn't think Canadians were that mean. They're like, you fucking communist, you bastard, you son of a bitch. I never heard that language in Canada. Yep, Callie Mo, the world will be devolving into that. I wonder why he's not well liked. Because of the pandemic. I guess his pandemic mandates didn't go down well. The harvest has been good, Chevy. Just pulled off a couple tomatoes tonight. Harvest is wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, you don't want a mushy ass apple. Mushy apples suck. Do 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 do. Ooh, pardon me. We got about 8.5 minutes till we take our first little peek. I can probably start the keep the heat high, 500, 525. Yeah, even for applesauce, I don't, you know, mushy apple is, I don't know. I like a real crisp apple, has a lot of good juice in it. Yeah, Justin Trudeau. I wonder how this guy keeps getting elected, though. You know, it's like the people must like him. I mean, where is he popular? The French side, the English side. Wow, that's crazy, Lisa. He's hated. I mean, I couldn't believe. I never saw Canadians like curse somebody. You prick, you communist bastard. How's it feel to be the most hated MF in Canadian history? I'm like, what? Or also say their toenail clippings interesting. What do they do with them? Grind them up for Jello, or is he from the French side or the English speaking side? The fruit of knowledge. That's right, June. I guess I never really saw clips before, but now people put clips all over the place. Every time he comes out of a building, it's, oh, you prick, you communist mofo. Where's your mask now, you asshole? I'm like, this is your leader, dude. It speaks French. I'm not sure what the French or English side is. The French side is like Quebec, Nova Scotia, these sort of French-speaking, predominantly French-speaking places. That's what the French side is. The English side is the western part of Canada. Like if you go to the French-speaking Quebec, they look down on you if you're speaking English. Oui, oui. Bonjour. Comment allez-vous? Merci, merci beaucoup. Croissant. Yeah, I'm just saying that's a big province, Quebec. How about Nova Scotia? And they don't speak French up there? I remember Pierre Trudeau. I remember that. 4 minutes and 52 seconds. So I look at the map of Canada. The right side is like the French, and then the left side is the English speaking. Because didn't they want to split off or something and split up Canada into two parts, French speaking and English speaking, like in the 70s? Yeah, I remember that in the 70s when I was in political science class and studying the fissure between the two sides of Canada. Pardon me. Man, I've had so many people racing around, and it's like people got new cars that are just like insane these days. Somebody's tuning their guitar. Listen to these dicks. It's like getting every day now. Every damn day on that street now. It's getting insane. take a quick peek before I show you guys. Smells good. She's looking good. I think when you make these high pies, they have a big gap between the top and the apples because the apples shrink down. The natives surrounding Quebec said, "No, you're not separating. We own all around you." Hey, Joe. Yeah, I've heard that movie's good. I don't be cruel to a horse. I don't want no other love, baby. I do. Look it up, ooh 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 ooh. I don't be cruel. We're gonna let that pie get good and set. I'm gonna kind of press down the top a little bit too. Right now it's a big ass high pie. Who was the actor that played Elvis? He was like a breakthrough role. Yeah, thank you, Chevy. I decided to leave this stuff up until we get closer to. I like the look of it. It's very cheery. I don't know where Sharon Ding 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 do 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 ding ding. We got 48 seconds till the timer goes off, so. It's not done yet. We're going to take a look at it here. $18, $17, $16, $15, $14, $13, $12, $11, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, $4, $3, $2, $1. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now we're going to turn this off and we're going to set the heat to 350. $425. Turn that off for a minute. There we go. Back that off. And we're going to check back in 15 minutes. That's a whole. Alright, there we go. I have to think that thing looked pretty damn good. Ooh, 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 ooh. I think that pie looked pretty righteous. Pretty doggone righteous. Hey, listen to this dickhead. Such a badass. Did y'all see the pie? just an hour. The 3-finger salute. I guess that's better than the 1-finger salute, huh? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Trudeau's a cutie. We want to make sure that that filling gets really set inside of that baby. Look again. Oh shit. That is too funny. That is too funny. Yeah, 5-star. It's getting there. Make sure that baby's really done. Cheryl is tough. She's like, look again. I think tonight I'll just, I don't know, I don't feel like cooking up a steak tonight. Feeling pretty good, pretty mellow right now. I don't see the cats dropping through. Mama cat. Looks like Mama Cat's waiting. Not Mama Cass, Mama Cat. Hey D Nice, how you doing? I just got a pie in the oven. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please take a second to do so. It is appreciated. I kind of decided I want to have a slab of apple pie. Thank you, D Nice. I definitely, you can tell the difference between my skin and this white. I've really been outside a lot. Been getting up extra early to get my other work done. Hey Kelly, how you doing, sweetie? Luckily, it's not windy tonight. Do 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 do. Ooh ooh! Don't ever try to cut a pie when it's high. You could really burn yourself. Some terrible second-degree burns. Listen to this idiot. Now I hear like a guitar that's like. God, some kid got a guitar for his birthday. Oof. The hood is never quiet. The hood is never quiet. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'll think of you always. Hey Amelia, how you doing? I got 14 minutes till the next pie. No, I don't ever use ice cream for apple pie. I'm not a big ice cream person. I never have been. Isn't that funny? Tune up before a concert. Sounds like something. I've never been a big ice cream person. And certainly not cheddar cheese. Hell to the no. Ooh, sounds so Canadian. I swear the guy sounds like he's flat. Doo-doo. Bourbon in the apple blaze is good. Well, Dave, you're famous then. Ooh, 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 ooh. You should be flattered. Extra cinnamon. I use just apples and sugar. That's it, because all I want to do is just taste that apple. I don't want to taste cinnamon. I don't want to taste nutmeg. I just want the apple. That's it. But everybody's different. Some people like a lot of nutmeg. Some people put a quarter of a teaspoon of ginger in it to brighten it up. Crystal ginger. Crow. No, not ready yet. But I'll give you a peek. She's looking good. Do 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 do. Yeah, the chat's always friendly. She's looking beautiful. She is. It's the way we want our pie to look. Mile high apple pie. The queen of baking. Yes. That is it. No heat waves here. Okay. We got a heat wave. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's always better to lean on the side of overdone than underdone when it comes to pies. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, you got to be damn careful with stuff out of the oven and stove. I've seen. I'm not going to be eating the pie tonight, Chevy. That really has to sit all night to really set well. Yeah, it's chilly up here, James. I don't know what the temperature is. I don't know what the hell they're doing, Crow. Something painful. Yeah, I didn't want to backsplash. I might put a pressed copper thing in the back, but I never did. I like my kitchen to look really simple. I'd like the stove hood to be the centerpiece of the thing. Ooh. I like my, I have a two-part series on how we installed that. Missy, Jen, and I installed that hood. We got a lot of views on that. Well, it's just that my stove itself has a built-in, Fisher Paykel restaurant stove has kind of a built-in backslash. Bird is sleeping. He did that 10-mile, he did that 20-mile ride back and forth to Windsor and came back and just stayed up a while. Probably was pretty tired at work today. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, man, this leg. Just there in the kitchen. Yeah, I don't use it. I don't do the morning chooch thing I used to do, right? For years. Got to always kind of reinvent yourself. I didn't have dinner tonight, Robbie. I thought I had some. Not really feeling hungry tonight. Ooh, 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 ooh. Do, 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 do. I've got a steak, but I didn't feel like having a steak tonight. And then tomorrow night I'm not promising, I might go on the bike ride tomorrow. Depends on how I feel pedaling up and down with my side. Yeah, I'm gonna have a piece of pie. I'll show it on the morning. I got a funny story for tomorrow, so I would definitely show the pie. Ooh, homemade pizza's nice too. I made it on the barbecue grill. Yeah, I know. Amanda's like, I need one. I got mine. Yeah, I've had wine withdrawal. I need my wine. I had it done already, Amelia, on June 22nd in conjunction with a bikini tuck. And I'm almost totally flat now and feeling really good. Ooh, 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 ooh. Just threw a staple in through the side. Boom. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, that's okay, Amelia. I know, honey. You got a life. You got a life. Tree can and they'll come. That's it. Nobody's required to be here. I'm happy when people come and people have a life and they're doing stuff. It's, you know, it's just, it's fine. Nice big tall roof. Yes, Craig, we got about 7 minutes to go. And it's always better to err on the side of over than under when it comes to fruit pies. Because color is flavor when it comes to cooking. Thing is, most people fail because they don't cook the bottom of the pie, and it's just very pasty. Ooh, thank you, Judy. Aren't you sweet? Thank you, honey. Yeah, burns are the worst. Yep. So you be damn careful with fruit pie fillings and all that stuff. There have been some bakers that have been terribly burned. Hot fillings, making candy, taking candy up to, 370 degrees and spilling that all over themselves. It's terrible. You better not be clumsy. I've made peanut brittle in a bikini, man, and you don't think I'm worried about it? Do 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 do. Well, practice makes perfect, Amelia. Pie crust is pretty easy making. It's just a feel how much water to add in. I try to use shortening, because shortening, it doesn't matter. You don't have to keep it cold. It works all the time. It's foolproof. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, wood prices, Robbie, should be down a lot. Yeah, peanut brittle in the bikini, yes. Ooh, ooh. So, you got to be damn careful, especially if you candy makers are the worst. Yeah, the Dorito bikinis, yeah. Crust. Yeah, you can't do that. Or the bottom's not cooked, Amelia. Sit the damn thing on the bottom of the oven on a piece of foil for 15 minutes, then move it up on the rack. You'll never have a shitty crust on the bottom again. We got 4.5 minutes here. And then we should be good. Yeah, I know 2x4 prices have collapsed. Because, well, the Federal Reserve Wednesday is getting ready to hunk up interest rates again. Oblivious to what's going on in the world, but what else is new? We need somebody to blame. Man, that thing. Oh. Still waiting for the big bruise to develop. As here come the got loose. You always need a blame game. Oh, I really rammed myself on my shin bone on a short stubby piece of Lady Banks roses. Branches there. One was really thick and I cut it short and stubby and rammed that thing head on. Ooh. Ooh. 2 by 6 I understand. Ooh. Bust a guy abusing that cello. Robbie, it was just right on the bone. There's absolutely no meat between the skin and the bone right there at the shin. Oh. I'm not sure I didn't chip the bone. I hit that so hard. Now, I wasn't doing any grafting. I had to cut all this shit was growing onto the house again. Lady Bank roses are beautiful, but they require a lot of work. You can't do anything about burns, Nino. They just have to, unless you're grafting them on, it's miserable. Yep, the fire pit. Burns are just horrific. So you got to be damn careful when you're canning and doing all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know, MR. I'd rather be in a 25-year-old community. Aquaphor, I'm doing okay, June. I put some arnica on it, topical arnica. Ooh. Yeah, Cheryl threatened me if I don't get that wrench back by 9 p.m. on Monday, I mean. You don't even want to know what's in store for you. Yikes. Ooh, it's like, wow. Heard that. I'm gonna let out all the secrets. All of your bullshit. All your dirty dealings will be exposed. I'm not taking a test. I'm not doing nothing. I have the keys to the kingdom. That's it. I'm paraphrasing. Something loosely to the effect of that, like there's going to be hell to pay. 15, 14, 13, 12, mofo, 10, 9. Oh, I can smell it. Ooh. Oh, look at that pie. It's bubbling, which means it's done. Do. Yes, it's bubbling, which means that the fruit has set on the inside. Let's turn the heat off. Let's get our oven mitts. Let's get our rack. Not this rack. This one. Do. This is the most dangerous thing of all. Right now. Oh, look at that. Yes. There she is. Let's take a baby. Man, look at that. Look at the way these juices set over here. That's what you like to see. She is a beauty. She is a beauty. I'll tell you what, Morning Dove. That's the way you want a pie to be, my friend. Thank you, Smelly. See that filling right in there? Yum, yum. All set. Look at that, Cheryl S. Learn to love it. Oh, take a little piece there. Oh. Oh, it's so good. That's just a winning apple pie. Yeah, we knocked that out, and again in less than an hour. Crust is nice, flaky. Oh, you couldn't eat this for hours. If you were to slice this now, this would burn the hell out of you. So we're gonna set that overnight. We're gonna put up our Chinese screen over top of it. Do, 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 do. There we go. Isn't that nice? That keeps all the crap off of it. That's the way I like it. Thank you, Slugbug. That's the way we do it up. Not like a good fruit pie. That's the way we do it. That is the way we do it. Oh, that's it. That's my Chinese screen on top. You never seen one of them before? Yeah, they're good. Well, I'll be doing a video. I got a funny one tomorrow, and then I'll be cutting up the pie too, so we'll be showing that. 1 hour, you knock out a good pie, not complicated. Pretty doggone easy. You've seen all the steps. How much cornstarch to use. Mix it all together, pour it into that shell, and you are good to go. Elmer, you know in Germany they know all about apples. I can't think of anything better. Yeah, have you ever thought of selling your pie? Do you have a chance? You know what the problem, thank you Christy, Kelly, is I don't want to work that hard. Pumpkin pie too. I do a whipped pumpkin pie. So light. I taught myself, Nino. My mother was a institutional style cook. She wasn't a recreational cook. Make it greasy. So I just don't want to work that hard. I just like making for myself. You know, if I was younger, I'd knock a lot of them out. But these days, I just want to make it for myself. I had so many, I've had such a great fruit harvest this year. It's been amazing. The fruit harvest and everything. Last time in the fire department, say, well, you can't let that be an excuse, Dave. You push forward, you get better. That was like Diane, I can't do this, I can't do that. Well, honey, you never even tried. Right? That's the only thing that irritates me is, oh, you know, well, my mom could, you know, I didn't do anything. Right? Nova Scotia has there's a lot of French throughout. That's what I was saying, Peak Harbor. There's tons of people that speak French in those places. Yeah, same shit. We had the same menu week in and week out, but we had, you know, there were 11 people, so yeah. It's time consuming to bake, but it took me an hour, literally less than an hour to knock that pie out, plus the baking time was under 2 hours on that, so pretty easy. And let's put it this way, I'm going to be eating very well. I got to get up early tomorrow because I got to take Bobby. I got to prepare to get him his bullshit of the oil change and whatever he's doing. Apple shooting. Oh, no problem, Dave. Cook and clean, and I'm single. There you go, MR. I always enjoyed baking. You can do so many different things with baking. You can make so many different, it's amazing. You can make meat pies, fruit pies, you can make rolls, you can make bread. Was it really hot there today? No, I don't even think it broke 80 degrees, Christy. It's coastal California. It can get up to 100, and then by 7 p.m. it's 59 degrees. Apple chuchin. Very comfortable. No, I used apples from my own tree, Dave. I still have some more here. There they are. They're not focusing, but that's the apples in there. Yeah, fun science is baking. So I've come a long way over the years. And I've enjoyed it. I've had some failures before, not too often. But I've had some fails. Ooh. Oh, I've made peach vodka before. No, Chevy guy, I have a Gravenstein apple tree. It's a heritage variety that's very rare outside of Northern California because it never shipped well. It bruises easy. So they grew it. It has great flavor, but they use it to make applesauce and apple juice and pies and things. It has to be processed quickly. It's not a good shipping apple. Thank you, P. Carver. It doesn't take long to bake. It doesn't take long to bake at all. It's just a routine. It's same old, same old, same old. So the Gravenstein is considered the most superior apple that you can get out west, but it's a very rare one. So this tree is about 60 years old, and it had very good apples this year. Some years are not so good. This was a great year. Next year might not be so good. But we had a dry period during pollination, so it kept the worms down, and it turned out real good. It doesn't always go like that because I don't use sprays. It's about as organic can be. And that's the way I like it. We're 5 of you. Okay. Oh no. Okay, Sarah. I'm sorry, honey. Wow. Boy, that's going to be a tough thing to deal with. That sounds like a bad average emergency room. Yeah. God bless, honey. Painful as hell. Ooh. That's why I couldn't wait till I could get my till my insurance company paid for my shingles, 2 doses of Shingrix. I saw my father go through that. I said, never, 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 ever, ever am I going through that. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Do 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 do. Not a fun thing to have for sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up to 4 hours. It's been a great stream tonight as usual. We have a lot of people that are on vacation. A lot of people are away. We still had a nice crew in here today. Could I ask you, if you've not hit the thumbs up button, to please take a second and do so, to hit that thumbs up. Knocked out a good pie tonight. Had a very interesting discussion. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. For sure, as days tend to be. So I want to bid you all a good night. To my wonderful moderators, thank you, Cheryl S. Good to have you back. I have no idea what the hell happened on that. It's always an honor to have you here. I'm so happy to see you back. Again, you know I love you. We kind of bust balls with each other, but we have a good time. Amanda, good to see you. Nino, June, good night. Thanks for coming in. And, you know, good night, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow morning.